Streamlabs. Okay, make that smaller. Okay, right, I got that set up. That's going. Awesome, and we are live on YouTube as well. Okie dokie. So let's move this out of the way. I'm just going to minimize it. In fact, I won't see the chat if I minimize it, so I'm going to put this over here. The thing about streaming, especially on multiple platforms, is need more screens. Need more screens. So I'm going to put that there. And that's just about going to work, I think. Okay. So, what are we doing? What are we doing today? We are looking at building an app. Basically, that's what we're looking at. Building an app. I am going to get my Obsidian up and running. Okay, there we go. Right, Obsidian is up and running. I'm actually very excited by this. Like, they've got some stuff in here, which is the command line for Obsidian, which is very exciting. But essentially, I do everything in Obsidian, and that's important to this stream, right? That's important to what's happening today. I do everything in Obsidian. I write everything in a Markdown file. I write everything as everything starts as a Markdown file. Sorry, my laundry, which is clean, is distracting me, so I'm gonna just hide that behind me, like so, and then no one can see it. It's like it's not even there. Oh my lordy. So anyway, Obsidian is where I start with everything and how I put together my entire knowledge base, second brain, whatever you want to call it. I go through and write all my documents and all this kind of stuff. Now, what I need to do is look at a point, basically figure out, okay, well, I need to have some form of creating slides and creating an entire presentation just via my Markdown files. That's it. Just via my Markdown files. Don't want to do anything else. Don't want to go into any other space. Just my Markdown files. And I think the problem is that I'm having to constantly move into different things, which becomes frustrating over time. So I'm going to come here and go to File. And I've just called this HTML for now because I couldn't really think of a better name. I'm really shit at names. That's the thing. I'm really bad at naming things. So it always becomes a little awkward to figure that out. But yeah, I'm going to go through this document and talk about it some more. Zoom in a little bit more, like so. Now, does this work on TikTok Studio where I can do the Mac zoom? No. Oh, it must be a Mac thing then. Okay, fair enough. So, right, okay. What am I doing? What's happening? What is happening? Let's get that there. There we go. So, actually, if I could do half the screen, let me just do that. Okay, brilliant. That's good. That's good. That's good. Nope, didn't want to do that. Thank you. And let's make that a little bit smaller. In fact, I can just cut that off because I don't really need that either. There we go. So I know if I snap to left, then it's on TikTok. Okay, so what do I need? What am I doing? What's going on? What's happening? Let's have a bit of an explanation. Let's go through some details, and then I'm actually going to change up my YouTube stream, make me a little bigger. And unfortunately, I've left I've left some clothes on the floor. Ignore that. So where I'm going with this essentially is, for my business, I need to create a lot of presentations, right? And not only that, this is what I'm good at, right? Presentations, getting on camera, explaining a concept, and I can use that to drive content, but it's not really friction free at the moment, and I'm not doing it as much. And I know I keep kind of sitting down on my bed or on my sofa being like, I should really do that. I should really create slides, but God, it's such an uplift. And I'll get to the problem statement in a second. But one place but the vision of this whole thing is one place that just speeds up the pipeline to go from idea to writing down my thoughts, scribbling it down in a Markdown file, and getting to a post. Right, that's my goal. And also, probably take a bit of time as well to talk about product requirement documents. All right, this is a PRD essentially. Let me just rename this to product requirements document. Okay. So need a bit of an explanation and a bit of a conversation around PRDs. So product requirement documents are often seen as just this thing you have to do, right? You just sort of do it and then it goes to everybody and everybody knows what work to do. And people are very much sequestered the notion of PRDs for their own gain, right? Which is to stick it into LLMs and get products out of it. But a PRD is more than just a definition of work. It's the conceptualization of what work you're going to do. It's being able to say, look, this is why we're doing something, and this is why now is a good time to do those things. And what does success look like for us? What problem are we trying to solve? Who are we trying to solve this problem for? What do we think will happen when we finish this work? You have to define those things. Otherwise, there is no line of code that will save you should something be wrong. And that's really what the PRD is for, to ensure that every line of code is going to deliver some value at some point, not to be in a pace of saying we just want something to just generate more and more code. And this kind of idea, I'm not going to say it is taken, that the idea of the PRD was taken by AI evangelists and vibe coders and whoever else who just wants to produce software quickly. It was really just stakeholders and middle management. They took this whole world and just went, right, we're going to run with this and it's ours now, and we're just going to treat it as a bunch of instructions of things to do, which won't help you. It will not help you whatsoever. And this is why I put together, a PID. And whenever I kind of think of an idea or I want to ponder on something, my approach is, okay, write it down first, right? Define the work. So first of all is the conceptual piece, right? And I always start off my PRDs with the same two things: purpose and vision, right? Why does this ultimately have to exist? And what does it conceptually look like when you're done? It doesn't have to be any details in this bit, but it really just helps to define these things in terms that make sense, right? Purpose, vision, fantastic. Now, for this piece, I'm in a position where I'm like, look, I'm good at doing presentations and talking on camera and being able to communicate ideas. I want to use that to drive content and have it just friction-free, get on with it, job done kind of thing. I should probably put a hyphen in there. Secondly is, what does this look like? Well, it's just one place where I can just speed up me going from, I have an idea, I shove it all down into a Markdown file, and then what I get at the end of it is a post. At some point in the middle of all of that, there's got to be a Markdown file, and also there's got to be slides. So I need to sort of focus on that. Next, I tend to go with goals. And this is kind of the area of what does success look like for me. But if you're part of a company or you're building your own product, then this is what is success for the product. Now, that's a bit more conceptual and a little bit more philosophical. But what that looks like, what does success look like for a product, is very philosophical, but it's very important at the same time. But basically, goals is a way of sort of saying, right, this is what we need to do by this time. or this is the outcome that we're hoping by this time. And then one thing you need to understand when you're a founder and a business owner in general, but if you're going from software development to being a founder, then you need to focus on outcomes and not outputs. So your goal shouldn't be things you do. It should be more, okay, well, now I have a thing that I didn't have before, and that changes the game somehow. That's what you want to put down in there. So for here, it's like, right, to build a Markdown to branded presentation flow in this sprint, right? So this is the ultimate outcome, right? I can take a Markdown file and I have a presentation. Brilliant. To use it for the next 2 weeks to gain an idea of what the workflow looks like. Okay, that's an outcome, right? I can figure out, okay, this is what this looks like, going from an idea. Very often, because I've consumed some other piece of media or consumed somebody else's content, and it's just sort of come up to say, oh, this is a really interesting subject. Right, I want to get to that point where I get an idea. And lastly, to have LLM shape the rough layouts and notes as slide so it's ready to present. Right, so I want to be in a position where I can say, do you know what, if I want to lean on LLMs, I can. It might be a case that I put some ideas down and there's a bit of a gap in the middle. Yeah, sure, I'm more than happy to put a bit of AI into it just to help that little bridge. Next is context. So whenever I'm putting a product together and whenever I'm building a product, one of the things I put in there is context. And what context is just, what do we need to know coming into building something, right? Before we come in here, whatever you build, whatever product you build, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. No product exists in a vacuum. So you have to give it context, which is very often I ask people this question, which is, what's the philosophy of your product? Right? I'll have software developers come up to me and ask. I will have software developers come up to me and ask, hey, I'm building this thing. Do you think it's a good idea? And very often my response is, well, what's the philosophy of your product? All right. What I mean by that is you have some philosophy or some conceptualization of your product within the world that it exists. Well, why does it need to exist in that world then? You know, what reference point does it have in order to be useful in that world? Because a good idea can fail because contextually it's wrong. For example, a product can be released too early. Right? Google Wallet was released years before Apple Pay, and yet never saw the traction until Apple Pay came along. And a big part of that is Google were too early. The contextualization of their product was wrong. Even though the product was right, the contextualization was wrong. So it's important to understand your contextualization because in a way it's another way of saying picking your battles. So looking at what context I've got for this, I'm saying right now I do a lot of presentations. That is webinars and live streams, etc. A lot of my output is in the form of slides, and this is something I'm good at, so I want to utilize it more. Right now, my slides are in Figma, as it's easier to maintain my branding and move between different aspect ratios. And the aspect ratios bit comes in kind of a decent amount, right? And that's because like sometimes I'll do a thing live, at which point I'm at 16:9. Sometimes I do it on stream, at which point it's 4:3. And then equally, I've been playing around with doing it here on TikTok, and that's going to probably push me towards 3:4. So, or even 1:1, right? It kind of matters that I don't want to have them make like 5 different versions of the same presentation. I want to be able to have one that is responsive, hence go in the direction of HTML. My workflow really starts for me in Obsidian. Just get my in Obsidian to just get my stream of thought down, right? So that's very often a piece of content. Like when I do my TikToks, I just sit down with a Markdown file and just sit there and just write stuff, right? And in fact, I can show you. I can just bring it up. Let me go to File. And I think my last one was on Sunday. Okay, here we go. So when I do my TikToks, like what I do is basically write down like just like one sentence. The process of writing product requirement documents is the work. This is why you should not use LLMs to produce them. And I would just write down a sentence and that's it. And then my thought process is around that already. But basically, yeah, that's it. So yeah. My workflow always starts in Obsidian. I tend to use the same 7 or 8 layouts, and I'll go through my Figma and go show like those layouts and how, yeah, I kind of just always use the same ones. This content will be for LinkedIn, YouTube, and TikTok. So that's my main 3. Right now, I do more LinkedIn and TikTok, but I'm going to start doing YouTube. I've been doing live streaming there, and that's been kind of interesting as an experiment. And I'm just going to do videos that I want to publish. And that's the thing, like, to come up with a format for YouTube videos is going to be difficult, but at least doing a presentation is something I'm familiar with and something I can do. So let's move on to problem. And this, for me, is the most important part of a product requirements document, is your problem statement. If you do not define your problem, what problem you're trying to solve and who it is for, and articulate it in a way that is true, then everything else can get lost around it. The problem statement is always some form of story. All right, that's what you're doing. You're just telling a story. And that story is always of a very specific type of person trying to acquire something or have some change in their environment. But some barrier exists, some friction exists. And that barrier and friction exists because of these reasons. And therefore, the person does not get to the place that they're trying to get to, or get into that place is very difficult for them. This little story is something to practice telling over and over and over and over again. People who I coach, I will turn around and say, like, okay, just in your day-to-day, every time you have a moment where it's just like, oh, this was really annoying, write down a problem statement. Just write one down. Open up the Notes app, write down as a problem statement, and it has to be a little story, and you have to explain this. And one last thing to be really abundantly clear on: if somebody does not experience the problem, then the problem doesn't exist. And that's really important. Somebody has to experience the problem for the problem to exist. It's fair to say at some point in the future, this problem, might manifest itself for somebody else. Yeah, absolutely. But whilst that thing's not manifesting, it doesn't exist. That's the way it is. That's just the way it is. Nobody, very, very, very few people in very few circumstances will make a purchasing decision based on a problem that doesn't yet affect them. That is just a reality of the situation. People would do things for free to mitigate future problems, but making a buying decision is very difficult. I think outside of insurance, like, there's really not a lot of momentum behind that. So, to talk about my problem, running Chuff Coaching, which is my business, it's clear that a large part of my market is in social media. Marketing is in social media. This means I need to deliver value on my channels and pages in the format that I am good at, live/recorded presentations. But right now, I'm not utilizing this to the best of my ability, because going into Figma and creating the presentation is a real friction point for me. Therefore, I only do presentations for my paying clients, which leaves me feeling like I'm leaving good content on the table to grow my audience, and hence no maximizing in my go-to-market. Note how long that is. This, for me, is a short problem statement. Honestly, I've written paragraphs on problem statements. Very small, very brief. But like, if you really get into the depths of doing products, you end up writing loads just in this one section of problem. But this is a very straightforward one, so it's just a paragraph, and that's fine. But equally, so many times I've seen people write problem statements and it's like 2 lines. It's like, that's not a problem statement. It can't be a problem statement. Problems by their nature are complex. So give me 2 lines is not it. I can tell immediately. Next is my hypothesis. And this is really important if you're a business owner and you're trying to get to a place of going out and taking a product to market. You need to be able to take what you're doing and be less concerned about the finished, polished thing and be more concerned about the hypothesis that you're trying to test. What do you think will happen by building this thing? So in my case, it's a case of if I go from a stream of thought to a presentation, then I would be delivering high quality content to my audience and therefore grow my brand. That's where I'm at with that. Really hypothetically speaking, right? Markdown to HTML presentation will get me to good content faster. That's it in a sentence. Now, I don't know if that's true. This is the thing. I could build this thing and never use it. And that happens. Like, that happens. And I'm sure a lot of people out there have experienced this very thing where they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to jump in and build something and build some automation and do this thing. And it's like, oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to build my to-do list and I'm going to be super productive. So they build their perfect to-do list and guess what happens? They never use it. That happens all the time. And that's because the hypothesis, once tested, failed, which means the problem statement isn't true. And that's how those two bits connect together. And then the next two sections, which, you know, again, we're very high level on this, and this is a very short ticket for me. I would normally write a lot more than this. But the user story here is basically about flow. Like, where is the user trying to get to? And this starts to get into the technical, and this starts to get into the definitions. And then finally, the acceptance criteria is just your state of done. We know we're done at this point. And it kind of instructs the work, but it's a bit like test-driven development, where, yes, it's a case of this is the work to be done, but you define it in a way of, well, if I was coming along and I was going to give this to a QA person, the QA person would go through point by point to make sure that all of these things are met. And that's what you would do in terms of, defining the state of done. It's really weird. The flat downstairs are talking. I can kind of hear them really loudly in my earphones. And then I take them out and I'm like, it's not that loud. I think it's like vibrating through the table or something. It's really weird. So yeah, that's the point behind your product requirements document. This is the things that you want to go through. I'm really conscious that I keep looking over like this because my streaming software's over there. And normally I put my streaming software in the middle below the camera, but I can't do that because I'm sharing the screen that's got my the full screen is being shared on my YouTube. So yeah, great. Got myself in the right pickle there. So I'm going to try and not stare at my face. Anyway, back to user stories. So user stories are essentially a goal for the user. Like, I need to open up, for me right here, it's like I need to open up Obsidian, just get my thoughts down on a particular subject. Potentially, with the help of LLMs, have a HTML ready presentation like so. Okay, so I'm not talking about doing, I'm talking about what state I get to at the end of it. Okay, and that's kind of a little journey, little story to get to that point. Acceptance criteria is now where we get into the meat and bones of like, what do you want to do? And here I'm talking about, well, when, you know, first of all is the responsiveness I talked about. When the final slides are produced, they need to be responsive and viewable at a minimum of 3:4 ratio, through to 1:1, through to 4:3, and then finally at 16:9. So I know I have to hit these ones, so I'm just going to make note of it, right? When the presentation is rendered, the CSS of the styling slides are in a separate file. Now, the reason I want to do this is because there's often tweaks that I want to make depending on the scenario of what I'm in, you know, because sometimes, you know, I'm on, I'm going to present on a big TV, sometimes it's an LED wall, and I kind of need to have that control to be able to change things up if I need. When the Markdown file is processed to HTML, all slides are rendered into a single HTML page with all slides ordered top to bottom vertically, right? So the slides go from the top of the page down to the bottom of the page, not side to side. Each slide is fixed to the viewport of the browser window. Okay, so I can size the browser window and it will size my slides automatically, and then as I move from screen to screen, it's always going to be viewable. It's always going to make sense. When I press space, down arrow or right arrow, the page auto scrolls to the next slide, aka the distance to the viewport height. When I press left arrow or up arrow, the slide auto scrolls to the previous slide. I quickly wrote down a couple of other things, but I'm just going to carry on and finish up this document and kind of hopefully get into the point of explaining some of these concepts by just doing it. So a note I made was select file and track changes, right? Okay, so I just literally made that as a quick note. But basically what I'm saying is when I run the main app, I can select a file and the slides need to update on saves. So basically I can go through and just write my thoughts down, and then as I start to format it, then the slides just appear, right? So I can kind of write down a paragraph and go, right, I can just kind of do heading, title, image, whatever, and then it will just appear, and then I'm grand. Right, what else do I want from this? And when you're doing acceptance criteria, like very often it's like, given a particular state, when I do something, then something else happens. Right, that's very often the scenario that you're sort of in. It doesn't have to be like it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly like that. You could just do like, when I do something, this is what I expect to happen, right? And again, write for the test of the final software. Don't write what the software should be, because when you start writing what the software should be, then the whole scope becomes way too vague, and nobody really knows what is it you mean. And we've all been through this experience, right? You kind of scope a piece of software and say, right, okay, I want this button and I want it to be a something button. But then people are like, yeah, but what do you mean? What does it do? What does the button do? Tell me what the button does. And you often get in that space. And that's because you don't have this piece where it's like, oh, okay, well, I haven't defined it as an acceptance criteria. Okay, let's go back over here. So what else do I need from this? Right, so I need to... No, sorry. When... I thought I was in user stories for a minute there. When I write a formatted line, this will indicate the slide layout with the subsequent lines as arguments. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Let's get the old Excel drawer out to explain this. Sorry, I probably just flashbanged everybody. Let's clear that out. Confirm. So what I'm talking about is that I've got my document here, like so. And say the format of my slide is a title, and then it's got some unordered list, like so. Okay, so this would be defined as like the title underscore unordered list, right? So when I'm in the Markdown file, I can put in some format which might be, I don't know, exclamation mark script or slide, like so. And then I could put in a H2, put that in, which then converts to that. And then I'll put my list in, using hyphens as per usual when you do it, which will give me that. And then in the middle, it just sort of translates everything and says, right, okay, that's how we get in there, basically. So that's how we go from Markdown to HTML slides, is by doing that. Straightforward. Right. Okay, cool. That's what I mean by that. Let's move this over here. Right. Okay. I'm just figuring out that. Let me rename this to left. Duplicate the scene. And then I'm going to rename this as right. Go to display capture and then move this over here. Okay, that works out quite nicely. So that I can swap between the left side of my screen and the right side of my screen, like so. Actually, I can hear downstairs quite a lot, actually. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I just have to stop and just listen and see. Like, anyway, so I've done that, and then on my let me just reline that. So on my YouTube stream, I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. I need to bring this over here. It's really hard to do on that second monitor. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Let's bring that back over it. All right, fantastic. The YouTube stream is lined up now. So I can do left and right and then just swap between left and right on my TikTok stream. Okay, right. So that's the idea behind that one. Okay. So I need to be able to do that. When I select the not relevant. When I type the maybe that's it. Maybe I'll go when I type this. Oh, well, that might actually upset. That might upset Obsidian. I need something that Obsidian doesn't use. Maybe if I do that, like dollar lied, and then because it looks like slide, you know. Maybe, I don't know. So what I need, and let me just go over to my Figma to explain this. Has my TikTok studio crashed? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm back. Okay. My TikTok studio had a bit of a meltdown there. Okay, so this is my Figma. Nope. What is... Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing, that's why. There we go. There we go. Ignore the rock for now. But on my TikTok sorry, on my Figma, I'm just going to go to the other file, which is components. Here is all of my layouts, and we can go into my presentation to see which layouts I use and which ones I don't use, and what's going to be most appropriate for this one. But if I come in here, like first of all, I have my title scene, right? So I always sort of open up with this one, and this is like my heading card. Then this one I don't use so much. It was just like a block of text next to an image, and it really wasn't. I don't really use this one. This one does come in kind of ish, you know. It appears every now and again. This one comes in a lot, right? Where I just have like a small image and then a block of text. This comes in, this comes in, this comes in, this comes in. Not so much. The numbered ones, not really. Title and image, yep. And then this sort of standard one. And this standard one can actually be broken out into several, because I often use this in lots of different ways. But this is sort of the big one. And it's funny, you sort of do things yourself and then you realise why certain products are built a certain way. So when you create a Google Slides, the first slide you get is just, oh, cool, it's the title one, and then it gives you this one. And then I realised, oh, I use this one all the time. But a title and list is just like I use it all the time. So I'm going to go over to my presentations now to sort of show what that looks like. So I've got conversions one here. So here immediately you can see title text, and then title text, and then it's a list. Title text. This is title image, setted paragraph, title list, big text, title list. All right. And you're going to see a lot of these. Like, there's the 4. The table came in once. Singular image. Actually, I've got quite a few singular images, actually. I said I didn't really use them, but now I'm looking at it. Yeah, I do have a few singular images. 2 images have cropped in here and there, like one here. Oh, actually, no, this is the one I said I don't really use very often, where I've just got like a card and then an image. But I think that's the only time I've ever used it. I don't think I've ever used it in any other one. Doesn't look like it. Kind of. Without the card. I don't know why I didn't use the card there. So yeah, that's sort of the format. So I want to capture all these formats. Oh, whoops. Leave my doc over there, please. So intro. Oh, I shouldn't really call it cover. Let's call it cover. I'm going to need the about me one. That's less for my pro ones, but more for the ones that are sort of done. I've got to have a title, unordered list. Whoops, unordered list. Oh, I need to change my thing. There we go. So yeah, title, unordered list. Title, ordered list. Underscore list. Title text. So that's just, whoops. So that is just title and text. All right. Title image. Like so. Singular paragraph. I'm gonna have to put some background music on or something. I think it's just a little too quiet. Have Epidemic Sound kick me off their thing, so I haven't paid for their thing yet. Hopefully they haven't. Right, apologies. They're really arguing downstairs today. Okay. So, where were we? I don't know how loud that is on here. Do I have to go to tools? Do I come up here? I don't understand. That's not it. I'm trying to balance the audio. I don't know how the audio is balancing on here. Okay. Let's bring that down a little bit. Bring that down a little bit more. Okay, cool. I think that's fine. Right, hopefully that should be fine. Okay, so singular paragraph is one. Tempted to put to-dos as another one because I try and end all of them. So I'm going to do to-dos. Because I try and end my presentation giving people something to do and say like, look, you know, go off and do this thing. It'll be really useful for you. Big text. Right, and what else? Oh yeah, group. What did I call it in here? Let me just find out what I called it in my Figma, because I do actually have a name for this. List of 3, list of 4. I don't think lists. Let's go with group underscore of. Let's go group of 2, group of 3, group of 4, and I think that's enough. I think going past forward, it just gets too cluttered. Big text, small image. There we go. I mean, that's also a consideration, right? Images. So this is how doing the acceptance criteria kind of helps get your head into what is it we're actually building, right? So as I'm starting to define this and saying, right, these things have to be true in order to be in a state of done. Other things crop in where you have to think about it as well, and you're like, well, okay, well, I can't just say big text, small image. Okay, so how am I going to put that image in there, right? It would have to be relative to the folder, so I'm going to have to put the images in the folder. Images, when I put an image into a folder, then it is relatively referenced from the document, from the Markdown document and the HTML. All right, so that becomes an acceptance criteria. Right, there we go. So when it comes to, so rather than saying, oh, images are allowed, that's what will happen very often when you write bad acceptance criteria. And it's like, well, then how are images allowed, right? Then the assumptions come in from whoever's building it. But then you say, right, okay, actually, you need to put the image in the folder and then reference it in the document. That's how you're going to do it. Okay, I think that's everything for now. I mean, looking at my slides, let's go back to my slides. I think everything is there. I don't have to get down into too many details. I think even just titled list will do, because I can infer unordered or ordered from the Markdown itself. So I'm just going to change that to title list, like so. loops. This is a weird one. So I will often have a thing like this where I talk about loops, right? So this is in relation to, there we go. So this is in relation to brand capital. So when you're building brand capital, you build some deliverable, right? And you deliver it. You then test the value exchange. So is it a case people will pay for it? Is it a case that people engage with it? Do people care? And then you find some correlation amongst the people who do have some form of conversion. And then once you learn something like that, you build another deliverable on top of it. And it kind of goes around in the circle. But I talk about loops quite a lot. So this is going to be a thing. So loops. In fact, I'm going to call it loop list, right? Because this might be 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, dependent. How we fit that all in, I don't know. And I think that's generally everything. You know, I think tech, like, do I have just image? No, I don't. Let's do just image. Because sometimes, yeah, it's just an image that you need, and that's it. No text, no nothing, just an image. Okay, now I've put music on. Downstairs I've stopped arguing. So, but I don't know. I quite like the music. Some chill vibes while I'm sat here building a piece of software. Why not? Okay, so let's go back to here. So I've kind of got the images in there. That's fine. What else? Title text. Okay, singular paragraph. Yeah, I've got that one in there. Oh, sign off. I don't know why I capitalized all of this. And even, this actually group of 2, group of 3, group of 4. No, I'm not going to abstract this because they're slightly different in slightly different ways, especially in layout. So I'm not going to abstract this away because I'd end up putting so much in the abstraction that it won't actually make any sense. Loop list. Sign off. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'll type $. I'll type slide with the $, followed by the keyword. I still don't know if this is. I don't know. I'm going to come back to this. And then I'll say, then the appropriate function is called, and the HTML is rendered with the template using the subsequent lines as arguments. So the idea is, if I have like a loop of 3, then I would say slide loop list, and then when I write 3 lines underneath it, it will create that slide with the loop of 3, if that makes sense. Okay. The loop list one's going to be really awkward. I know already. So the flow does have to have me. So I've kind of put in here, like when you start, I have to say when I open the When I open the presentation, each slide is fixed to the viewport of the browser. Okay, cool. So I need to simply call a template with arguments and get a slide. Call a template with arguments using Markdown. I need to simply call a template with arguments using Markdown and get a HTML presentation. Okay, so I'll put that one in there. So that's kind of the flow, basically. I'm just going to sort this, sit there and write, and then hit, okay, cool. I'm going to say slide, loop of 3, give 3 lines, and it gives me a slide in HTML. That is just a loop of 3 things. Hey, Dayspace, how's it going? I've seen you on my TikToks. So yeah, good to have you here on the live. Bit different, bit of a live from me. Never done a lot of lives on TikTok. I'm also live on YouTube as well, because why not? And yeah, so I'll give it a go. How are you doing, Dayspace? So that's in that acceptance criteria there. And this is sort of just basically it, you know. So I want to work in a file in Markdown, in Obsidian, and see live changes as I work on the document. And I'm going to go to Obsidian, actually, put brackets, because sometimes I do this, VS Code with AI chat. So therefore, I need my good to hear you good, good to hear you great. Saturday night, doing some building, why not? So yeah, what other user story? I need my AI chat to contextually understand the available templates and how the application works from the Markdown file. Okay, so basically, if I'm going in and I'm working on my presentation in Markdown, then I need the AI to be realizing, oh, okay, so if Dom needs a slide from this, then I can just pick out that particular slide and get that thing, and it's wonderful, you know. We could do a little bit more fancy stuff in there, but we're kind of basic at the moment, pretty straightforward. Nothing too in the weeds. And I think that's there. I think that's like the whole thing. Like, let's kind of give a real basic kind of layout of what's going on here. Why has my music stopped? There we go. Is it just play one track? Oh, give me a playlist. Why are you giving me like a tune? Okay, that's better. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to my flashbang. There you go. All right, so where are we going with this? Okay, let's get rid of this. Reset the canvas. So first of all, going to have my Markdown file here, like so. And I'm going to sit down and just sort of write my sort of ideas and thoughts, you know, just kind of throw it into here, stick it in here, create it. And then at some point, I'm going to write, you know, at the moment, it's probably going to change, slide. Put the template in there. So loop underscore list. And then write my three things, for example. And these, each line acts as an argument. And you'll be needing my advice on software engineering career. Where are you? Where are you in your software engineering career? Are you a software engineer today? So this is what's going to be in a section of my Markdown file, and then that's going to render into a presentation, which will be in the browser. Go draw a browser. There you go. Like so. And it's going to have the looped list like this. So it's going to do this thing like so. Like that. Okay. So looking at this would just be one function. All right. That's just one function that just converts this thing into this thing, right? Equally, I've got in my acceptance criteria that when I run the app, where is it? When I run the app, I can select a file that, and the slide needs the updates on saves. So that's the other function, right? So I need a function. So once I create the file, that's the file .md. Okay, I'll run the app. And then I can select this file, and then it's constantly looking for updates. And then when it sees a save, currently under mentorship, reading Bachelor's of Science in Software Development. Okay, so not yet in the industry. What kind of advice do you want? What projects are you working on? That's a better question. What projects are you working on right now? So yeah, so the app looks at the file, and then once it notes a change, it will run the relevant function and then spit out a slide in a HTML page. So I can have the file open and the HTML open and sit there and type, and you'll see it will come out. POS system. Interesting. Not many people do POS. Is how far have you come on that? Like, what does that look like as a POS system? Is that just using like an iPad as a POS? Don't know. So that's kind of my main loop here, and then it pops out to basically this bit of it, where it kind of extracts out all the stuff and then sticks it into the presentation document. I just realised I'm not actually looking at my YouTube. Well, there's not much happening over in the YouTube anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's the two main things, and it's just mainly going to be building out a function for each one of these, and then also note the file if so if slide $slide, I don't know what to say. But when it gives me a clue on how to determine this. So when I write this, followed by this, The next lines are the arguments for this thing here. That's what I'm going with. So yeah, I'd also have to make a lot of this stuff like that, I'll have to make a lot of this stuff. Oh, that vape gave me a hiccup. Yeah. How is that? But like, what type of point of sale system? Like, is it on an iPad? Is it? That's fine. It's fine being a beginner. Everyone has to be a beginner at something, you know. Nobody starts an expert. No one ever has started an expert. It all takes practice. It all takes being a beginner. So this is my main loop. I think I've got everything in this scope. You know, I can't think of anything else that I need. I think that's everything I need. I might stick this on my website so people can see the scope. Oh, whoops. Videv, how's it going? Well, it's not really a drawing. It's me explaining what I'm building. It's a bit of a mess, to be honest. Let me explain what I'm building and actually do this a bit decent, and then I can put it in here, and then people can see it. So I am going to work in a Markdown file, like so. And this is a .markdown file. Okay. I'm going to run an app, which I'm currently calling HTML because I'm really bad at naming things. Yeah, go on, make a suggestion, do it. Now, whilst you're typing, when I first run the app, I can get a file selector, like so. If you just type R and then press enter, you can make it easier for you. I don't get what you're saying, sorry. Oh, what, reset the canvas? Then draw a rectangle. I like drawing rectangles. What can I say? I'm a scribbler. Like I was such a, yeah, okay, I've got you now on Excel. Yeah, I'm such a scribbler, and I just like scribbling. That's it. So I never use the shapes. Like, I never use text. I never use any of the components because I just like scribbling. It helps me think. Like, me just doing this stuff really helps me think. But also when I'm like in meetings, I will do the same thing, and it helps people follow along what I'm talking about. So the reason I do a lot of this is just for that reason. I'm a scribbler. That's it. Like, I always have a piece of paper near me that I've scribbled on, right? Every single time, the exact same thing. It's got images on there. It's got all this kind of stuff on there. There's always something around me that I've scribbled on. Back of an envelope. I'm a proud scribbler. So, an Excel is just a way for me to scribble on screen. So I click the select file selector, and then I can do this, and then it will look at that file, and then it will track for changes. So track changes. Oh, whoops. Changes. like so. So it's always looking for changes. Now, if it finds, at the moment what I'm doing is just like dollar slide with like a dollar sign, then it will subsequently have some template in here. I would just type it out, right? So that might be title text, right? And then from there, the app will then run the relevant function and take these lines as arguments. So these are my args. This function will eventually, let's go with another color. This function will return a HTML page of that slide. Now this will be full screen. This slide will be the size of the viewport. So whatever I write here will become that. So yeah, going from a Markdown file. How does the industry how does the industry actually look like? The tech industry is just, I've been in it now over 10 years, like nearly 15 years really. It's a bonkers industry compared to other ones, to be honest. Like, it's a bit of a wild industry working in tech. But also, it's a lot of fun. Like, if you want to sort of have a lot of change, be in a world where you're just creating new things all the time, then tech is great for that. And it's really good at if you're in the space of if you're in the space of tech, it's tough to get in, but once you're in, you get a lot of leverage. Like, that's what it's like in working in tech. And I've always had that. The moment I've got in and the moment I've worked with a unicorn, suddenly the door's open, right? So you want to get in and do it. Dev, what is the purpose? I've actually got it. Oh, whoops. There you are. I'll stop over to my scope. So this is the scope of my thing, and right here is the purpose. Let me just do that as a H1 just to make it a little bit clearer. But I want to use what I'm good at, presentations, talking on camera, to drive content as fast and friction-free as possible. There you go. That's the purpose. I think I might put this on a website. Give you an example. Yeah, sure. Like, so something, if you've seen it, I don't know if you've seen it on my page, but sometimes you get clips of webinars. Now, right now, those webinars only happen for my paying clients. They get one once a week. Now, I'm not going to do the same half an hour deep dive into a particular subject, but I can do like short talks on TikTok. So like a 5-minute presentation on what is it, when I talk about what is a product requirements document, to do like a 5-minute presentation on that on TikTok and say, right, okay, let's see how that goes. Equally, I can do a TikTok live where I do a much more in-depth version of something, but also for my YouTube, because I've had some interesting things happen from my YouTube from putting clips up there and doing sort of the odd live stream. Like, we have live stream on YouTube right now. But yeah, one of the interesting things that pops out is the people who turn up and then reach out are very attuned to the kind of person who would end up being a client. So I was like, I actually need to do more YouTube. But I think this format is what I'm good at, where I'm like, right, here's a conceptual piece. I'm going to talk about this one subject in depth, and break it down. So I want to get to that content as quickly as possible. But the problem is right now, all of my all of my slides I produce in Figma, and this is just an example of all the slides. So like here's one for example. So if conversion was one of my pro webinars, and I go through and I talk about conversion, what it is, what it isn't, how you can do it, what is purchasing decisions, all of this kind of stuff. And you know, that was like a half an hour, 35-minute presentation, right? Now it's only 10 slides, right? I get that. But having to go in and constantly create these things, it's just like, it's such a barrier for me, such a piece of friction. And I've created absolutely loads of these things. It's such a barrier of entry for me. It's a piece of friction I don't want to be there. Now, when I work and I go through and I start to put together a presentation, where I start is Markdown, right? So I come into my Obsidian, I will, just grab a subject. I would just grab a subject. So let's go through my Obsidian, have a look. So here's a bit of a thing. I'm not gonna do that one actually. That's not brand capital. So like I wrote this thing on pedantic apathy, right? And it's just me writing stuff down. I just have a think and I write it down. So no, not repurpose. I just want to make new ones, right? And right now, the only incentive I have to actually create a presentation, and it's something I'm good at as well, but the only incentivization I have to do it is because those are paying clients. That's it. But I could do it from social media. But the idea of creating the slides is always just like, oh my God, I can't be bothered. But if I'm working in Markdown anyway and just writing down random ideas, like just ship the product, right? I just write down a bunch of stuff. It would be great if I could just come in to this Markdown file and go, okay, this is kind of interesting. I'll talk about just ship the product, right? And I could turn around and just say, oh, this is quite good. And I could just go slide and write title text. That picks up a function, and then I can say, I can just do my usual H2 tag, right, and say, and I can say, what is this? The optimization of feature creep. Let's go with scope creep. Scope creep is the devil, right? And then this will come in here, but then because I've done slide title text, it then pulls that into a function that then turns it into a slide, right? So I can just get my thoughts down, and in a couple of lines, I can get to the slide. That's where I'm going with it. So I can just go through all of this stuff where I just like, look at all of this. This is all me just writing my thoughts down. Just like me just having a think and just writing it down. It's like, right, how can I get all this stuff into content, Okay, should we start building something? Shall we start building something? I will put the scope of this on my website. Should I just get the LLM to do it? I think that might be the idea. Let's go new folder. Once you've got the slide generated by the LLM, I'm going to generate the slide manually. Like I'm just going to create, this is going to be a function that just goes from, it gets called from the file change, and then it will go through and just generate the HTML, because they're just going to be templates at the end of the day, so I don't need to do anything too fancy. I'm going to call it HTML. That's the best name I've got for it at the moment, if I'm honest. And new file, I'll put prd.html like so, and I will files and folders. How? What's? Can I not do that? I'll tell you what. Let's just go into documents, my vault, and duplicate and drag this. Whoops. And drag this into here. Let's rename it. Like so. And turn the markdown file in HTML to a to HTML in the file named prd.html using styling of the website as a whole. Right, okay, let's go with that one, and we'll just also, I didn't actually do that. Oh, this is where it's going to get awkward. Right, I've just asked the LLM to create it. Let's keep that. Let's go live. Let's bring that over here. I don't know why. Can you put some spacing between each paragraph? Let's just give it a little bit of room to breathe, because it's kind of a bit squashed in at the minute. There we go. Actually, I've got a thing called size box. There should be a undo that. Yes, there should be a div with class sized dash box dash star. Choose them appropriate. And put them throughout the page. Let's see what that comes up with. Did you know you could use speech to text tools such as Whisperflow? Yeah, I was vibe coding with somebody else, and Bad Boy Labs. Go follow Bad Boy Labs, and yeah, he does it. Yeah, he does it, but I don't. I tend to just type out. And that's sometimes because when I talk, I get things a little bit muddled up sometimes. I quite like going back up to reiterate, you know. All right, let's see what that gave us. Okay, cool. Here's the PRD. Here is the PRD. So I'm just going to do a quick Firebase deploy to get that live, and then I'll share the link in the chat. Awesome. So let's come here and whoops, come on. And do chuffedcoaching.com. And there she be. Okay, so I'm gonna stick that in chat. So that is the ticket that I'm working with. And this is where I'm going with it. This is where I'm going with it. So let's go. Let's start building. Let's go to documents, new folder, HTML. The name's gonna stick, not because it's a good name, but because I could never think of anything else better. Let's grab this and open this up like so. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Now this is going to be the awkward bit of like trying to get everything fit in properly on both YouTube and TikTok. 2 different resolutions. Great. I believe I can pop out. Let's get rid of that for a second. I believe I can pop out the chat. New window. There we go. Okay, so I've got the chat here. So I could put that like down here. And then can I pop this out? Move that into new window. Okay. Here we go. Like so. Put that over here. So I want to put, let me just snap these. Thank you. Let's do that. And I'm going to close my Figma. I don't need that. Oh, I do need my Figma actually. I will come back to my Figma. I will come back to my Figma. And then I'll get everything kind of set up here now, which is good. So I can come in here and say, I'm gonna call this scope.md, and then copy that and stick that in here, like so. And now I can bring this over here like so. Okay. Can I not? Oh, no. Did not mean to do that. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Enjoy your dinner. Bon appetit. And come by any time. I'm going to be online for the next few hours for sure. While I tinker around with this. But yeah, I think I need to make my head smaller on the stream. I think that's going to help me out massively. I'll be fine. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Okay, so now I've got this in here, and it gives me my acceptance criteria, which is good. And what am I going to use to build? I mean, should I just go with Python? You know, it's a standard. It works. Because I could use Ginger, right, for the whole thing. Right, I'm gonna go Python. I'm gonna go Python because like LLMs are really good with Python. You know. I am going to duplicate this, duplicate the scene, and I'm going to put this, rename this as coding, like so. And I am going to make my head a lot smaller. Although, yeah, that's sort of the problem. Is I can't really make that bigger. Yeah, actually, forget that. Forget that. It's all right. We'll just deal with this. It's fine. So I've given it my PRD now, and this whole thing's written by hand, as you saw. I wrote the whole thing by hand, and I'm going to use that as a basis for what I'm going to be working on. I where, I mean, let's kind of have a breakdown of things to do, right? And I don't know why I called this scope. Let's just call it a PRD. That's what it is. Like so. Okay, perfect. New file. Okay, let's go to, no, spell things correctly will be helpful. Tasks. Okay, perfect. Okay, so things that need to be done. Well, first of all, open file picker and select Markdown file. So that's kind of the first thing, right? And then the second thing is create templates with, whoops, Ginger in Python. Like so. And then create function to call, and what was the first one I put in here? If I go back to the PRD, cover, and then, whoops, create function. Okay, cool. Now I'm just gonna, and this is where the world of LLMs make life a lot easier. So I'm just gonna say, in the current list of tasks with the I need to create the function. Do you know what? I'm doing this the wrong way. Let's go. Just create cover, and then it will have to be create HTML, and then create Python function, like that. It's gonna have to be like that. In the current list of tasks with the create cover, I need an entry for all of the templates in the prd.md file. Let's go with Gemini Pro. Go. Okay, so that's just going to fill out all the tasks for me. So I need to open up the file picker, do that, select the Markdown file. I will need to also have the main loop, which will always track for changes. Keep. Try again. Oh. For each item under. For each item under. Create templates. Create a sub task of build HTML template and write Python function. This is really scope. I don't know why I called the other one scope. Okay, perfect. Keep. Okay, perfect. Right, I've got that stuff in there. And then here I'm going to have a main loop that will track, that will listen to the selected file for changes. And then I would have to loop changes, and then it will loop through the file lines looking for the $slide keyword. Okay, that's what it's going to do. I'm also going to have to write the CSS for the styling of the page. Okay. What else am I going to have to do? Run a web server. And that's going to be in the main loop. The main loop will listen to that. Okay, so I need to do this. I'm going to take this out. So in the main loop, I'm going to have to start a web server and open the HTML file with slides and up and refresh the page on each change. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. I'm now aware that my head is in the way when it comes to the chat. Oh, whoops. Chat on YouTube. I'll move myself over here. Oh, nuts. Come on. This is so hard on my other monitor. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Okay, so I think that's in the most part all of the things that need to be done. Let's just check out the LLM and see what it says. Given the PRD.md and tasks.md, is there anything else that needs to be added or amended? Let's just ask the LLM, see what it comes back with. I reviewed PRD and taskmd. The task is a great start, but mainly focused on the templates based on acceptance criteria and user stories in the PRD.md. I suggest I add these tasks. Core application, watch Markdown files for your changes, pass the Markdown to, yeah. Process slide data, pass it to the correct Python function. Yep. Generate the final code. Yep. Create the main HTML shell for the presentation. Create separate CSS file for styling. Yeah. Add it in, please. Okay. And this for me is an important point. Like when you're sort of doing your scoping and you're sort of defining your product, is like keep those two concerns separated. Of do all your thinking in your PRD, do all of your definition in your PRD. You know, do all your reasoning, do all your scope, you know, and that kind of stuff. And then when it comes to like, right, this is the scope of works, then sort of go into the details of what we're doing. Okay, right, it's just making those changes now. Keep. I feel like I've done the passing. I've written that down already. Oh yeah, JavaScript keyboard navigation. Yeah, responsive design. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. So, first things first. First things first. Let's come over here and create our virtual environment. Okay, perfect. I have my virtual environment. Let's now create a .getignore and ignore the virtual env I have just created. And for me, like when it comes to AI development, it's this stuff where it's like I have to create the gitignore file. It's like, oh my god, it's so boring. I don't care. .vmv. Okay, there's my gitignore. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Keep that. And also I can just sort of throw in all the other stuff as well. So please add to the gitignore any Mac file system stuff and any compilation steps for Python. Add anything else you think might be useful. All right, perfect. Keep. Okay, cool. Excellent. Okay, so let's come in here and say what I. So where do I want to start? Do I want to start with track files or with the templates? I think I might start with let's start with templates. Don't want to. I am going to start with. Let's start with the main loop. Start with the main loop. To begin with, when I run the main.py script, also create the file, open a file picker that will allow me to select the Markdown file. Okay, let's start with that. Sorry, I just realised on TikTok I don't have the chat on. Let's go over here. Okay, let's get the main.py file over here. So it's going with Tkinter. Yeah, fine, don't care. From Tkinter, Firedog, select file markdown root, hide the main window, file path, open last file name, select a markdown file. Okay, cool. If file path selected, this is selected, blah, blah, blah. So that prints the screen. Select that markdown file. Okay. Just straightforward. That's exactly how I would write it. So let's run it. And that opens. And I can go to documents, go to my vault, and let's find something interesting. Document driven. Okay, let's add that in. And yeah, it selected that file, which is great. Okay. Okay, so now after the file is selected, keep a main loop running until the application is stopped, and print to screen every timestamp and log of and log whenever the file is saved. Oh, okay, so there's a third-party library. This is also another advantage. Like, I've never heard of Watchdog before, so it's sort of good to see that. Yes, install Watchdog. Also, tell me more about it. All right, let's go. Let's go. Can't be yawning now. I'm just getting started. When you run it first, property markdown file, blah, 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 blah. Okay, keep. Right, I've never used this before. Okay. So let's run our application and select shared identity of my audience. Okay, so let's grab the. All right, this is gonna let me just do a bit of this. Swap over to my left screen. Okay, so I've got a file here, and I'm going to go to File, and I chose Shared Identity of my audience. Okay, 2 lines in here. Let's come over here and put stuff in here. Saved. Like, yeah, brilliant. Here is some stuff to be saved. Brilliant. Okay. That is exactly what I wanted. Let's move this over. Oh, let's not actually. Let's minimize it for now, because I'm probably going to want to come back to that. Okay. Let's Control C to get rid of that. And let's come over to, let's just do a quick git in it. Perfect. Okay. Just check my stream and things. Right, so let's come over to. I've just realised my head was in the way on YouTube. This is gonna get awkward, real awkward. Like figuring out how to get all these bits connected. Right, so that's all working so far, which is good. Right, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that so far. So let's go and let's just do a commit on that main loop running and tracking changes. Cool, perfect. Right, that is now saved in Git. Happy days. Let's go to the next thing. What I will want to do is for each save on each save even. On each save, read the whole document as lines, and if the line contains the string slide, then print the line number, line number to the terminal. Right, so this is sort of the bit that I need to sort of say this is gonna right, so file save watch, okay, cool, with open as F, with open watch file R as F, for I line in enumerate F1 inline print found slide on, okay, keep. See, that's interesting because I would code that, oh shit, I would code this as read lines, but it's just sort of said I'm just going to read it and loop through it. It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Let's run and see where we get to. Open up my Obsidian again. And I'm going to select, let's change the layout of this and go to lists. And where's date modified? There we go. Shared identity in my audience. I'm going to come back up here. That should save. Oh, let me change my thing to left. So it's coming up whenever I change something. It's tracking that change. So now what I'm going to do is do a $. Doesn't print it. Slide. Found slide on line 9. Perfect. Okay, cool. And then I want to put slide to slide 9. Slide like that. Just line 9. Perfect. Slide. Line 9 and 13. Okay. There we go. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, working as expected. Oh, nuts. Didn't mean to do that. Let's put that over there. Minimize. Okay, fantastic. So what I'm going to do next is come in and basically say, okay, so the text after the space, print that to screen, or assign that to a variable. The text after the slide and a space, print to screen as well as assigning how do I want to do this, right? Because it's going to go through it. It's going to go, oh, slide is at this point. I'm going to get that thing and I'm going to call this function. So I'm going to assign it to a variable, and I'm probably going to have a dictionary somewhere with keyword, with like the keyword for the function and the function, and then I can just call that function from there. Okay. So as well as assigning the string to a variable. Okay, so it's updated that. Found command on line, blah, 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 slide command. Okay, splits the line, gives me that, perfect. All right, so let's run this. Grab this file. And then come back to here. Make a change. Okay, look, found command on line 9, text. Perfect. Let's come back to my Obsidian. Whoops. Let's come back to my Obsidian. Whoops. Texts underscore title. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. I think that's looking good. Okay. So I'm just going to do here and say commit this and say extracting commands from slide. Commit. Yes, please. Commit everything. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Right. I'm in a good place. So I need a dictionary of... So how am I going to do this? So create a new file called slide generator .py, and in it create a function for every item in the tasks.md list. I want to say create an empty function. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, so it's created that. And yeah, it's given me a function for each one. Keep. Brilliant. For now, in each... Actually, I can just use this anyway, it'll be useful. In each slides function, call it from the main.py loop for the name that matches the function from the command after slides. In each slides function, print the name of the function from calling. Okay, so sorry, I did not change. There we go. So now it's going to go in and update all these things for me. Okay. Let's keep that. Let's keep all of it. So it's also given me so yeah, slide generator has given me all of these functions that can be called. It will go in, and when I type the name of the function, it will return to me all of those things. So let's close this, run it again. Whoops, let's get rid of that. There we go. Select my file, click open, and also come here. Okay, so let's create change. There we go. Okay, so like here I've got found command line 10, unknown command, text title. So let's come over here and have a little look, because I called it title text. That's why, because it is title. Unknown command, tex. Oh, whoops, let's go back over here. Unknown command. And then I'm going to hit text. Text title function called. Okay. Okay, we are making progress. Now the one thing I don't have is when does it break, right? So I will probably just put an empty line in. So let's go back to the prompt. pass all lines after slide with pass all lines after slide with as arguments in the functions in slide generator. Print all arguments when the function is called with the name of the function. Add some emojis into all print statements for clarity, as I am monitoring the changes. Okay. Right, let's run this, see where we get to. Cover args, print cover function called with args. Okay. Let's keep that. Keep that. Okay, cool. Let's get rid of this and let's run it again. Come back to our output. Oh, it's opened over here. I'll bring that back over here. There we go. Select my file. Come back to Obsidian. Title text called with slide. Okay. File save, text title function called with slide. Unknown thing. Okay, cool. Tests 01, test 02. Yep, there we go. Yep, it's all being called. And let's go with some Markdown formatting. Yeah, okay, so it adds in the Markdown formatting, so I can actually convert the Markdown formatting as well, which is good. And I'm getting all of the stuff in here, which is good. So let's get rid of some of this stuff just to make this a little bit more sensible, like so. And then if I write stuff in here, yeah, it adds it in there. So what I want to do is that end the list of arguments with a blank line. Only pass arguments as lines up to a point where there is a line with no string in it, e.g. i.e. even, i.e. just a blank line. don't think it's understood. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, it has done that. Which like added a blank line in the program and that was it. Sorry, great. Cheers, thanks. Okay, let's run that again and see where we get to. Oh, thank you. Grab that file. Brilliant. Open Obsidian. So now I should be able to do this and it won't pick it up. Yeah, so just test 1, test 2. And then if I do this, whoops, if I go slide, unknown command. Okay, cool. Slide cover. And then I can put stuff in here. Yep, there we go. Okay. So it's passing that function. It's good. The arguments are getting there, which is good. So I didn't show that. Nobody's watching anyway. So I put that in there. That doesn't pick up. Okay, cool. Okay, so as I edit, because there's a gap here, it doesn't pick it up. If I put that there we go, picks it up. So it waits for the blank line, and then it doesn't do it, basically. That's it. Right, so what's next? What is next? Let's minimize this. Let's come in here and say functions for each template, each command with args. Cool. Stage and commit. Perfect. Right. Let's kill that for a minute. Okay, cool. Let's go over to there we go. Okay, so it's kind of in a good place, really. Got all these things printed out. I've got the loop working. Tracks the changes. If it sees slide and then whatever else after it, it generates the file. So that's cool. So I think next is to output HTML and convert it from Markdown. In slides generator .py for each argument string, I need it converting from that string in Markdown to HTML. Return from the function the HTML of all of return from the function of the functions the HTML of all of the arguments documents. I will need. Do I need? I don't know. I'm gonna leave it to see what it comes up with because I don't know if I need like a library to do that conversion. Probably not. Probably doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, it's asking me to install that. So install Markdown. Or do I just say yes? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Okay, keep it. Okay, let's see how that goes. Let's run that. Come over here. Come over here. I'm going to select my file. Awesome. And there we go. H1 test paragraph. Cover function called with blah, 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 blah. Paragraph, paragraph, paragraph. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Let's do H2. Yep, perfect. H3. Cool, perfect. What did I do with lists? Did I just do title lists? Okay, title list. Come here. So let's do a test of. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay. Slide. Unknown command. That's fine. We'll go title underscore list. And then we'll put in item 1, item 2, item 3. Brilliant. So let's try it with a numbered list just to be sure. Slide. And go title underscore lists again. Whoops. 1. Oh, interesting. Doesn't pick up on the. Do I need to have stuff in here? Item. Whoops. Item. Oh, okay, cool. It only puts in. It said it. TikTok said it notice inactivity, which is a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I'm assuming my audio still. Yeah, my audio's still coming through. That was weird. Anyway, I guess because I'm not doing much in the chat. Or there's not many people in the chat, so. Okay, so that's given me an ordered list now, which is exciting. Very exciting indeed. So let's commit that. Whoops, commit that. Functions returning HTML. Commit. Perfect. Okay. And that's in a good place. That's in a real good place. So I guess I have to create the HTML file now. What I'm going to do actually is just say check off any tasks in tasks.md that are complete. Let's go over to tasks. So what have we got? So yep. So we could probably do the web server now. Yeah. So on file selection, open or create a HTML file with the same name as, oh, I'm not on the right thing. With the same name as the Markdown file. Okay. So, oh, I've got an error. I've got an error. I've got 2 errors from the string. Whoops, string in the file. Okay, bear with me 1 second. I shall be back shortly. Oh, it's my phone, that's why. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's quite alright.
Thank you.
Alright, and we are back. Okay, so fix that error. let's save that. Stop that. We'll run this again. Select my file. Come to, let's switch over to this one. And hopefully, nope, that one. No, it did not. Oh, it created my vault. Huh. Okay. Okay. Start a web server to the location of the HTML file in my folder and open a browser to view. Okay. Right, let's try that again then. Grab my file. All right, so it's opened up a browser, and yeah, it is at that. Huh. I guess it directly does it, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But it did open it, which is good. Let me close that just to show it working. Okay. I'm going to hit run on the program. Select the file. And that's it open. Check that out. Check it out. The only thing that might annoy me, actually, let me just quickly check. Go to my Obsidian. Does it? No, it doesn't show up in my Obsidian. That's fine. That would be annoying. Okay. This is an example of like this I left out my acceptance criteria. Where does it create the file? Right. Oh well, it's fine. We'll keep it there for now. I think that's going to be fine. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's do another commit. Open or create HTML and serve. Cool. Right. Okay, so I guess we're on templating now. Right, so I guess we're on templating now. So what I'd want to do is, well, let's stop the program that's running at the moment. Let's create a folder called templates. Nope, not a file, a folder. Templates. I will be looking to use Ginger for HTML templates. Just stick that in there for now. Yep. Perfect. Allow. What did it change? 32 changes. What? Oh, right. Okay, so it's looking at. Okay, it's looking at the environment, the Ginger render slide, template, get template. Okay, keep that. Keep that. So let's come over here. So now we need to sort of describe this, right? So first of all, there will be a main template that will set up the layout for all, set up the layout for all slides. Each slide will be the full size of the viewport of the browser and can change responsively with the browser size. Create a template called main. Let's go with that. Keep. And let's come over here. Templates main. Okay. Okay, so it's given me that, which is good. For now, for testing, just so the functionality will be for each command to render from the main template actually I should probably create the templates for each function first and then get that working, and then I can do all the styling afterwards. Create a template in the folder for each function. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me swap over to this one. Nope, go to that one, there we go. So now it's just creating a template for each function. So the idea is that I can do the styling within it. Keep, okay. All right, so it's created something. Okay, brilliant. Now what I also want to do is create a CSS file. Create a CSS file in the templates folder where global CSS will just say global styling, actually. Global styling will live and any brand changes can be made there. So it's put some stuff in already, which is good. So now we can do the call. I think that kind of completes the flow. If I can get that, if I can do that, then that's great. And then all I'm doing is styling and layout after that, and then we should be golden. Oh, and then the JavaScript to do the navigation. We can do that afterwards. So as the flow, I run main, I select the file, I type out the slide with the function, with the command, even command that calls the function that uses the corresponding template, then puts that into the main template, then it does the same for the next typed command, and so on until I have a complete presentation. Okay. Generate a Markdown file in the root of this project that is a test file with all commands and dummy text about the 1996 WWF Royal Rumble. Is that a notable one? I don't know. Let's find out. Best Royal Rumble pay-per-views. Best WWE 2001. Let's go 2001. Would it have been the WWE by then? Okay, let's do that. This could be functionality. This could be functionality, and then we're just styling after this. Okay, so let's go to test presentation. Slide cover, cool. Slide about me, Dom, wrestling fan. Okay. Okay, so it's generated me this test file now. So let's. I'm sort of weirdly nervous. Let's see if this is working. So I'm going to come here, run it. Documents, HTML, test presentation, and open. And now it's opened up a file. Okay, that hasn't worked. That hasn't worked. Oh, it's not a stream. There we go. Hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. Okay, let's go have a look at the HTML. Oh, I haven't saved it. Let's go to test presentation and hit save. Oh, I don't know if... Alright, let's run that again. I think maybe because it didn't... Yeah, maybe that's it. Hang on. Hang on. Test presentation MD. Open. Oh, got an error. Get an error. Address already in use. Oh, is that the web server? If I run it again, is it gonna... Hang on. Okay. Let's bring up... what is it? Activity monitor. Presentation, maybe? Nope. Network. Let's go to network and port 8000. Nope. Is this the port? Ports. Here we go. Port. What? Port 8000 is not open. Am I on port 8000? Port starting. anything look like my Python script? I need to full screen this, otherwise I can't read it properly. Okay, cool. And this window, selected file, main.root. It doesn't actually tell me what. Copy that. Okay. I ran the main and exited with Control C, but now I get that. I can't see anything that looks like it. Okay, cool. Right, that's now built into it. Right, let's try that again. Run this. Test presentation. Okay, I've got nothing here. Nothing. But hopefully, is this going to get annoying? Hang on. Let me do this and then do this. I'm going to go to this here. And let's hit save. No. It didn't populate it. On saving the file, the HTML page did not update. Okay, maybe I missed that bit out. No, it's not because of cache and local files. There is nothing in the file. Updating the HTML file. No, it's not, because it's not. Like if I come here and hit save. Let's keep this because it's got a live reload, but I'm going to say that the HTML has not been updated in the test.presentation.html file. I've been going for 3 hours. have to make this really quite small. Because I'm running out of space. Let's kind of bring this down here and bring this up here and then get rid of that. Okay, cool. And oh, it's going to be annoying. Let me get rid of this and run this again. And then I'm going to select the test presentation. It opens it up. Let's hit save. No. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So when I save, the file is passed to find the commands. What's in, hang on, let me go to templates and main. I guess it's taking this one. So when I say the file is passed to find the commands, the function, the relevant function is called with the arguments of the next few lines, generate the HTML and add to the main template, templates, and then save into the HTML file. Said, yeah, that's what I'm doing. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. That ain't what you're doing. That ain't what you're doing. Created one change. Oh, content safe. Okay, that might be it actually. I've had that little nugget doing Django stuff. Okay, let's run. Select my file. Click all button. Alright, so I opened it down here because reasons. And let's come here, click save. No. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, I'm not on the right thing. There it is, look. There it is. So I'm wondering if I come back into here and change this to like all time, hit save. Yeah, it updates. Oh my god. Let's change this to H2. Save. Yeah. And this should hopefully, yeah, it updates because like I've got that just there, just underneath there. And I don't think it's done. Okay, fine. Right. So I have this working. Okay. Okay, so let's kind of come here and do some edits. Let's bring that down here. And let's find some images. So let's go Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin, 2001 Royal Rumble. Let's copy image address and then come back into here and put that in there. Oh, get out. That's what you get. It's what you get with Google Images. Copy. No. Boo. Boo. It won't let me copy it. Can I get this one? Because that would be a good one. Oh my god. I don't remember when the web wasn't so rubbish. Copy image address. Let's kind of come back here. Okay, perfect. Okay, my computer is struggling right now. It seems my TikTok live is gone. Let's get another image. Let's get the one. This one. Copy image address. Okay. Get rid of that. Save. And does this now update? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Okay. I'm in a good place. My TikTok live studio is just completely balked. No, I think my TikTok one's gone. I think it's gone. It's decided to have none of it. Right, I'm gonna get rid of the TikTok one. Okay, so let's just get focused on the YouTube stream. Let's bring all of our stuff in here. Someone viewed. Wow. I did not realize someone viewed my stream for nearly 2 hours. I'm going to follow that person. Two hours they watched my stream for. That's wild. That's amazing. I think it's this stream. Yeah. Right, let's close TikTok Live Studio. Okay, here we are. It is generating my presentation. Fully aware that this is very uninteresting. Fully aware of that, but it's doing it. It's doing it. So I'm going to end this. I'm going to close this. All right. And I'm going to open up a new file. Right. So let's go to new note and go test deck. Okay. And I'm going to run this. Go to documents. Go to my Vault test deck and hit open. Okay. So as I do that, I now have my sort of presentation here. Zoom in, and I'm going to open up my Obsidian on the other side. Thank you, and thank you. There we go. Test deck. So I should be able to say slide cover. Whoops, cover. Welcome to my presentation. Where's that? H1. Okay. Right, what's gone wrong? Right, did it create the file? Oh my god. Yeah, it did. Oh yeah, it did do it. Why is it not updating? Yeah, something's going a bit weird there. So I'm going to go back to my Obsidian and welcome to the presentation. This is a great presentation. Yeah, okay, now it's updating. I don't know what was going on before. and I could do whoops, slide title underscore list, and put my title in here. This is a list, and then item 1, item 2, item, and scroll down, and there it is. Item 4, 3, there we go. And there it is. There it is. One thing I did notice is as I was on here and I create something new, it did refresh it to the top of the page, which is a bit annoying. That's fine though. That's fine. We will figure that out. We will figure that out. But it's working. It's working. And it's working to the thing. So we can do some styling. We can do some styling. Let's get rid of that and put this over here. We don't need that right now. And let's start off with the styling of main. So let's go over to main. So in the main template, I want to have so in my CSS for all slides, I need a background of color. Now I need to come here and find, let's go to documents and my website, because I've kind of got a lot of this stuff in my website already. Where is colors? Did I call it colors? I did call it colors. All right, let's grab this. Copy. I will be using these colors. There we go. That the background needs to be BG-grey with a grid of dots, only slightly lighter than the background. Okay, there we go. Let's keep that. The fonts to use from are JetBrains, mono and 4 titles, and enter for all other text. Okay. Oh, do you know what I haven't done? Do you know what I haven't done? Generation of HTML working. Okay, cool. All right, let's hope nothing goes wrong because I didn't commit. Okay, so let's run again and see where we get to. Test deck, please. Okay, so here's my presentation. Here's this. Oh, whoops. I did save, but it didn't load my... How do I do it? Is it command? No. Shift? Control? There's a way of doing a hard reset. Let's inspect this. Let's go to here. Style CSS, please. No, come on. Oh, it's looking for it relatively. That's why. The CSS file is being referenced relative to the HTML, not the absolute file path to... Oh, that can't happen either. Nuts. Yeah, this is a tricky one. Where am I going to put the CSS file? We'll have to just write the CSS into the directly into the HTML. CSS, remove the CSS file and write directly into the HTML template / file and file. Delete that. Delete it. It's not going to help me. Oh no. Okay. So let's run that again. Let's go again. Let's hit this button here. Let's select test deck like so. Bring that over here. Bring this over here. And put item 6 in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my goodness, look at that. Right, the size of it's gone wonky. Let's go back to 100%. I guess that's maybe center aligned or something on those lines. No pun intended. It's slightly bigger for some reason. Okay. The slides seem to be slightly bigger than the viewport. Okay. I don't know whether this will still slightly bigger. Let's go to inspect. Let's have a little look at inspect. So let's grab this. That's not slightly bigger. Interesting. Let's go back to desktop. Do you know what? I think it's the scroll bar. Yeah, I think it's the scroll bar. I think the scroll bar is adding a horizontal size bigger than the viewport. Okay, let's give that one a go. Yeah, that was it. There we go. No scroll out. And that looks to be about right. Okay, so we can kind of work on styling now. Let's start with cover. I'm wondering if I get my Figma up, I wonder, I don't need to get my Figma up because I've actually got this open somewhere else. I'll get to downloads and yeah, there we go. Open. Oh wait, what is it? What? Okay. I want to edit the cover template only. H1 needs to be what do I want it to be? H1 needs to be JetBrains mono. Three rem. Background of text with the coral. Text color BG gray. H2 needs to be the gold color. 2 rem. Let's just do that for now. And then hopefully I should be able to just have the program running in the background and just do my updates in my Markdown file. So get this over here, like so. Okay, cool. That is starting to look like one of my presentations. Okay, left align everything in cover template. There we go. That's quite. Because look at how big. Not normally it's here. And normally I do this, so I can actually go to my Streamlabs, go to presentation, and then line that up. So normally it's like. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure why it didn't give me 2 HTMLs for that. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. if I do this and then this, and do second h1, interesting. It actually turns that into a h2 tag. What's also interesting is how this line doesn't come in. It's got 3 arguments. Let's go into cover. Okay, so it's in here. Anything other than the first argument for cover may still be a h1 tag. Do not remove the tags and just pass the markdown as it is set. Okay. Oh, I'm not on screen. There we go. Oh, I've got the music. Okay, perfect. So let's see how that's done it. Yes. Yes. That is what I want. Yep. Okay. And then that should be the yep. Perfect. Okay. Have the H2 in the cover template as enter. Actually, I don't think I want to do that. I don't think it did it anyway, but you know, there we go. What I normally do, yeah, it is normally enter. let's get something like this in. Okay, so let's get this to like a similar size, because that's normally what I go with. There we go. Oh, a little bit bigger. So I normally go with the text a lot bigger. I'm sort of tempted. Double the size of the heading text of the headings, but express them as vertical heights, so they change with the viewport. Oh, I feel like I've been going too long. Okay, that's good. That's good. So if I'm on TikTok, I can make it smaller. And that's where I would actually do this. Let's get back again to roughly the same size. So the text is around the same size, just the gaps. Let's quickly do an inspect and where's the box layout? Here we go. Is that it? Margin. So the margin has to be smaller. For the cover slides, for the cover template, make margins a third of the size, I think, of the size, and again with the vertical height. I'm just getting close to hitting a wall, you know. Keep that. Is there padding or margin? I need the margin. Margin of, is it all of them? 35, 42. I need the margin of the headings to be a third of the size. So each line is closer together express as vertical height. I think this is getting to the point where like the AI just loses its goddamn mind. Right, let's give that one a go. There we go, that's better. Look at that. And now, yeah, basically I can go down to like this size. So that's like so that's like 1 by 1. And let's get my other one up. And you can see like this is now very similar. I can even half that, to be honest. Make the margins half the VH size. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, I need to change it. No, what, that got bigger. Oh, now half the respective font sizes express the VH units. Hang on. Let's come over here. Margin. And let's do 2. H2. Let's do 1. Save that. Let's come over here. Do that. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. I think I'm just getting, my context is just getting too squirrely now. Let's open this up. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I think this is this is normally my sort of type of cover. Happy with that. Happy with that. I think I might have one more in me. Okay, so which one's going to be next? Which one is going to be next? I think title list is going to be next. Title underscore list. There we go, perfect. And some. Whoops, actually I need to actually make it a title, yeah, that'll be useful, make it a title. Title, item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. Okay. So let's have a look. Yep, cool, fine, fantastic. Okay, so I've got some weird passing going on. Oh, do you know what? It's because I put the extra thing in there. Okay. So title normally looks like this ish. That's with like custom things on it. I'm not going to be too bothered about that for the minute. But let's find one with a list. Like this one here. So yeah, the text definitely needs to be bigger, that's for sure. Let's actually put this copy in here because that might well make it a little bit more real. Whoops. Go. Copy that, get that in there and in there. All right, fantastic. Okay, here we go. Let's just get this down here and just get rid of that for a second. Okay, so here is my title list. So for the template title list, left align. There we go. Perfect. Align top left. Actually. Perfect. Now I'm going to have to make this bigger. So I'm going to have to go, right, make H2 the gold color and make the font size 3 times bigger, again using VH as the unit. Just realised my head's in the way. So keep that. Let's have another go at it. There we go. Make 4 title lists. Make the, in fact, for all of them, for all slide templates, make the paragraph text 3 times bigger. Again, measured with VH units. Right, let's try that. Okay, that didn't actually make paragraph text 8 VH. That seems kind of big. I don't think that's right. The font size is still too small. I'm really hitting a wall now. Coming up to 4 hours. Right, that's not working. Let's go straight into it, shall we? Let's go straight into it. Straight into it. Let's go to title lists. Where's title lists? Okay. So what if I made that 16? Save that. Don't know why it's causing a fuss. Give that another one of those. Let's go 10 rem. Why is the formatting gone weird on this? Something is going very strange here. Yeah. Let's save that. Come here and come here. Is this actually not valid? It's definitely not working because the size isn't changing. So I'm going to ask the chat font size in title list slide P is not working or applying. So let's ask that. Let's go over here and go to inspect and look for that line. Oh, whoops, get off. All right, let's look for that line. H2 unordered list. Oh, because it's unordered list, not paragraph. And it picked up on it just as I said it. Just as I said it. Just as I said it. It came up. Okay, go. Right, there we go. Okay. Let's go to that one. Okay, that seems to, yeah, that seems to work fine. Not at that size, but I'm not going to be doing that size, so that's fine. Where do I have a list to compare to? This one? Yeah, that one. Oh, I used the wrong color on this one. Oh my goodness. What is there? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's just get to a similar size. Okay, that's kind of there. The title can be a little smaller. Is there extension Chrome set viewport? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me, everybody. No, not really. That's fine. That's fine. I can stick around with it. Okay. That looks good. Let's try it with numbers. Whoops. How did it not pick that up? Oh, because I'm passing each line separately. That's why. Okay, I need to come back to that. That's an issue. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, title text I could probably do next. Blah 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 blah. What does this do if I do that like that? Yeah, okay, it gives me that. And go title text. Cool. All right. For title text, give me the same layout and give me the same layout as title list, and also colors and font sizes. Okay. Blah. There we go. Okay. I need some rando text. So I need about a paragraph. Let's put that in there. Okay. I'll never put that amount of text on the screen at once, so let's cut that down. That at most, I would say. Title text. And I could probably go a little bit bigger than that one. That's a little bit too big. Let's go 5.5. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So I've done cover. Where's my tasks? Haven't done that one. Create lists. Title list I've done. Title text I've done. I haven't done title image. Create singular paragraph. No. Title text, title lists. I've done 3. Cover, title list, title text. Okay. Yeah, done that. Right. Done that. Done that. Haven't done that. Done that. Okay. So that's where I'm at the minute. Really, yeah, I'm really just start a web server. Yep, done that. So really it's just templates now. Just going through each template and yeah, just get everything right. I could sit here and do it. It would probably take me quite a while. Let's go title image. Change title image H2. Is that H2 I've got in here? Yeah, H2 to the same as title text, but keep it center aligned. Oh, I've got task empty here, that's why. That's why I couldn't find it. There we go. So I'm going to need an image. Whoops. Or align title image top center. Okay, so I'm going to need an image. Copy image address. Stick that in there. Cool. Okay, brilliant. Okay, right, we've got this in here. Okay, style image for title image to maintain aspect ratio and fit into the slides. I'm just gonna give that up for now. It's a bit loosey goosey, but you know, needs must do. Okay, cool. That still doesn't fit in the slides. Make. Let's do a little bit of. I'm sighing a lot now because I'm getting tired. I'm not getting tired. I'm getting tired of this. Not tired of this. Like, it's pissed me off. But okay, that's that. Yeah, it overflows. Let's go over to H2 margin, and the paragraph, and then the image. The paragraph margin's doing me a little bit. Let's make sure. Let's get rid of the paragraph margin. Set paragraph margin in image Oh, title image, title image to 0. Right, let's keep that and do that. So this is just a lot of weight on the top, you know. I can see what it's doing though. Like if I come over here, like the div has, yeah, it's sort of a bit of overflow still. So the div has to remain the H2. Right, let's make the margin of the H2 in the title underscore image half the size. I could make it 0 actually, to be honest. That is better. But there's no balance to it because... Oh, let's go into it. Let's go into it. Title image. I don't want the image one. I don't want the paragraph one. I want the H2 one margin. I think that's top, right? Save that. No, that's bottom. Try and press fair thing about it. The left is omitted. It's the same as the right. If the bottom is omitted, it's the same as the top. If the right is omitted, it's the same as the top. I think margin bottom is all I need. So let's get rid of this and just do margin bottom. Save, save, save. Change that. Update this. Okay. Let's come to inspect. Where's my inspector? Interesting. Interesting. Margin bottom. Margin block end. 24. Margin block end. Margin block start. Set that to 0 maybe. H2, thank you. Margin block start. 0, thank you. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Inspect, please. So that's the whole presentation. Okay. That's gives me that. Okay. He's got nothing. That's got nothing. That's got nothing. Okay. I think that looks alright. I think it looks good. Let me try and find one. So it often looks a bit like this. Okay, yeah. I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy with that. I say I think I'm happy with that. I might want to add a little bit more on this side of things. Yeah, that size is a lot better actually. That's okay at that. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Right, where are we? Title text, title image, singular paragraph. Let's get rid of this. Let's grab that. That's about the length I normally go for. Oh, let's get rid of that. What did I? What? How much did I just copy? There we go. Fantastic. Okay, cool. That's actually a bit too much text than I put in there. I would normally put, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. Mark it done. Title list. Create to do. Okay, let's do the to do one. What's that one called? What is that one called? What is that one called? To do. To do. To underscore do. To do. Wait a minute. What's it called? What's it called? I can come to. Nope, don't want that. I want slide generator. Cover. No. To do. To underscore do. To space do. Okay, yes, to space do. Okay. And this one will be like this. anything else, do the thing, do that. Okay, so this also needs dash to do, like so. Okay, for to do, I need to first of all carry all of the styling from which I didn't do the border radius on images. Starting from title underscore text. Okay, cool. Now, is it going? Let's inspect this. No, I don't want that. Let's get into the actual. And that's because of this. Yeah, okay, cool. And that could actually be a bit smaller because often this one has a lot more in it than the rest. I need to format as to render as a checklist style box. So that Markdown library, obviously not doing it. And my brain's completely mush, so I'm just gonna keep that. Okay, let's see what this does. I would like it to be an actual box that you would see in a UI. see what that does. That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. I also want to maintain tabs for indentation. No, that didn't change anything. This is where I regret not doing a commit. Alright, let's see what that does. Nothing. Nothing. And now it's gotten into a little to-do of adding changes. Let's come here. Let's just do the commit now. Formatting for basic slides. So commit that. Yeah, save all, commit all changes. Okay, thanks. Okay, now. Let's go back to. I've lost my window. Thank you. Okay, cool. Let's come here and look at to do, because to do is having a right to do. Okay, so main did change as well for to do. For lines in slide. For line in lines. Slides, all slides, HTML. I mean, there's nothing in here that is terribly wrong in any way. Let's go to slides generator, let's go to do. Right, there's nothing calling it exactly here. So I think it's trying to do all of it within the CSS of the template itself. So in the how is it? It is passing args, I'm sure of it. Let's go to slide generator to do args. So it's passing this in here. Remove dash this, and from the args, and replace them with. Could give that a go. Let's give that a go. Oh, there's something in here somewhere that's messing it up. Let's get rid of this. Slide to do slide input. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And it's saying like ordered list. Let's see what it renders it as. Still does this. Let's go to inspect. And unordered lists. So that must be putting it in somewhere. This is a weird one. Is it getting it from here? Let's come back to the slide generator. So I've got this replace in here. Render slide to do args. Render slide. Get template. Template name args. Get template. Template name. Okay, that's not doing anything in there. Let's get in the template names. Let's come over to do. Can it be doing something in here? Surely not. Okay. Nope. Terminal, please. Thank you. Wee. Okay. So this. Okay, so it's passing it in. I can see it passing it in. Okay, let's go through this. Okay, so put this one over here. Put this one over here. Now. If we come over here, we're going through this. Create a new HTML file. Fine. This is all like opening of sockets and things. Okay, fine. Then it's watching for changes in the Markdown file. Fine. I don't want that one. I want file change handler on modified. It's for lines. If slide is lines, then yep. Perfect. And also that all slides join. So this is going to put all of my HTML together. Render the main template with the slides. Final HTML slides. Okay, fine. So this is doing nothing on that side of things. Now that's passing it off to slide generator. Now when it gets to slide generator here, function called with arcs. Now I had that. So let's put another print statement in here. So do print with process args. Okay, let's save that. Come here and view this. Okay, so it's still not doing it. Okay, so it's this isn't working. To do function called with args. I want to change that one to that because I need to pay attention to it. Okay, cool. Let's go here. Test. Okay, so it's not running this line here. Do I have to do it as a loop, maybe? I mean, it's doing it as a loop for args and args. Let's get rid of this and say for args in args print to do function processing args. No. Actually, I want for arg in args. That. What did it just give me? No, I don't want that. I just want to print the args. I just want to print the args like this. Let's get rid of this. Right. And just remove from beginning of each line. That's it. From the beginning of each line, strip this and this for args and args. Okay, save. Print process args, and let's come here and here, save that. Okay, right, where are we? Let's come here, put it in test 3. To do function, right, it printed this. To do function called with args. To do function called with, yeah, put that in there to make sure it's actually this one. Oh, interesting. It's not this one. To do function call with args, it must be printing this from the main. But why is it not calling this one? Is it not calling any of these? For lining lines, split that. Okay, cool. Slide append command, slide command args. Find the check emoji. No results. Maybe I just need to do this and rerun the whole thing because something's gone terribly wrong. Okay, yeah, that is working now. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do the last one. Oh, it's because it's this is a toughie. This one is a toughie. It's working to a certain extent, but it's a toughie. Let's come here. H1 lists paragraph. We're going to go paragraph. Let's do a bit of this. Save that. 6. Okay, cool. Right, perfect. Not perfect, but you know what I mean. What is... Oh, tab. /tab. Process function. Oh, yeah. Keep /tab. I need to keep /tab. Okay, so let's come back to do. And come back here. And say for to do. I need to strip this, but maintain tab space. I have made changes already, but need it updating. It will be in paragraphs and not list item. Okay, cool. What have we got? What we got, eh? What we got? I have no idea what's just happened here. To do new line, something new line, but a process art to do something else to do the thing. So it hasn't removed that. Okay. Something weird is happening. Specifically, I need... Whoops, that removing from each line for to do, but maintain the tab space. I mean, I think in general, the Markdown is just not able to express a to-do list. Okay, this one's taken a while. Okay, keep. Let's go to slide generator. Keep. Something's broken in this. Now I'm getting nothing. Now I'm getting nothing. That's it. I've hit a wall. I've hit a wall. 5 hours. 5 hours. I mean, I spent the first hour and a half just presenting my PRD. So that's the thing. And then, yeah, last 3.5 hours really just going through this. But, yeah, I've definitely hit a wall. Made good progress, though. Like, things are working. Things are working. Let's actually look at it from a point of view of, no, I don't want presentation, I want screen. Thank you. So from, let's come over here, grab this one. Or even better, come to the terminal here and quit that one. So let's actually kind of come here and run. Run, please. Oh, no, wrong one. Main, please, and cool. So if I run this, I get my selector. Now I'm going to go to documents and HTML and then test presentation and hit OK. Right, and then I'll come to whoops. I'm going to come to this and go to test presentation and then just hit save, and then hopefully did it note that change? Save. I saved it. There we go. And I can also do this. There we go, which is what I would normally do. And then each slide, haven't done that one. Title text. So why is title text broken? Because that was fine. Oh, that is quite good actually. It's got snap in it. So it will snap to it. So I'm glad it did that. Alright, that's all messed up for sure. So definitely some stuff messed up in there. I don't know why the ones that I actually did already, like title text, is not. What if I delete that? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Stop this. Come to main again. Run this again. Test presentation on. Why is that broken? Oh, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? It was the wrong H tag, that's all. So I'll probably have to go through this and just sort of fix a lot of this out. There's a lot to fix. There's a lot to fix. But it's sort of getting there. And it's on brand, which is good. Anyway. I hope you enjoyed that. I am zonked. It is coming up to 5 hours now on this stream. But I definitely hit a wall. And yeah, a lot of things to fix. So I'm going to go and yeah, just go to bed. Play some Stardew Valley. Why not? I hope everybody enjoyed this stream for 5 hours. And yeah, I'll catch you in a bit. All right, bye.